Bum ba dum. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my stream. Um, I was doing some setting up, and we're starting a little bit later today. Um, I'm actually going to turn off the in-game sounds because they are quite loud. At least the music. I may turn on some music again from my browser. Um, but today we are playing on TurtleWow. Um, just having some fun. Doo -doo. And as you can see at the top of my screen, I am playing a High Elf Paladin. It's effectively the same as a Blood Elf, but there are some lore nuances there. Um, Obviously, I'm playing on Alliance. Some of these quests that I'm doing will be largely the same. But there are a lot of new quests, and in fact, entirely new areas that have been made. On a small scale, there is a new High Elf little area, embassy in this small little area here. But then there's also High Elves hanging out over in this inn over here, as opposed to it being basically just a nothing inn. I decided it'd be fun. Just play a little bit of Turtle WoW tonight. Hopefully, I don't get any issues with YouTube for that. Um, Not too worried about it if I do. But yeah, should hopefully be fun. Um, again. Doing some setting up because I want it to be set up well. It's better. To move this back over like this. Cool, done. All right, so we're picking up here. Obviously, I'm not level 1. There is actually an entirely custom opening area that has been made for both High Elves, which are a new race for Alliance that Turtle WoW has added, with its own custom lore and questline. Though the model, obviously, and animations and stuff are pretty well one-to-one copied from the Blood Elf. And then also they have done a custom opening area for goblins, which are the new horde race, which I believe just uses the animations and model of the base goblins from vanilla, because this is just on the vanilla client. But I'm not entirely sure on that one. I don't actually play Goblin, shocking, I know. I also typically only really play Alliance in vanilla. But, so, some things to think about when it comes to Turtle WoW. It is, as I said before, it is a private server running on the 1.12 version of the game, which is the end of vanilla. It's put in, as a server, a ton of work on making new quests, new zones, new dungeons, a little bit of work on updating older dungeons. I think in most cases it is new areas in the dungeons as opposed to full revamps. They have redone all of the classes and moved them more towards a Burning Crusade state as opposed to their vanilla states. Though in some cases, they have added back entire abilities from the beta version of the game. Best example of this is Holy Strike and Crusader Strike. Now, of course, Crusader Strike is an ability that would have returned in Burning Crusade under a vaguely similar form to this. But Crusader Strike is an instant ability that now has a 6-second cooldown that does a small amount of weapon damage plus increases your attack speed by 3 to 9% for a few seconds. And Holy Strike, which originally just acted as Heroic Strike, but with holy damage, has been reworked into being sort of a party raid utility that returns some healing, some health and mana to your party members. So, in effect, it also technically it also restores health and mana to you, but it restores health at half of the value, and the mana cost only covers the base cost of the spell. And I don't believe there is any way of increasing the mana beyond what it says in the tooltip. However, the healing does scale with some small amount of your healing power, which gives it actually use for Holy Paladins to give them an ability that works well in melee range, as well as does some damage and helps heal your party. And I think there is also a talent that helps Holy Paladins scale with... Maybe not. I thought that Holy Paladins had a talent that helped with Holy Strike, but maybe not. Perhaps not. So the other part of this is every class's talent tree got reworked. Some abilities were added, some abilities were reduced. Well, there's a Holy Strike talent for protection. Um, abilities some abilities were removed, some abilities were entirely reworked. There are entirely new abilities that have been added. Just at level 14. So I'm actually going to start questing now. Going to be going up north first. Going to be doing some stuff fighting the harvest golems. So a lot of this is going to be pretty familiar to what people know if you've played vanilla before, if you've played earlier versions of WoW before. This is all fairly standard. I should have gotten the crit buff. That's fine, doesn't really matter. That gives me some crit anyways. 5%, 10% for some of my abilities. But there is some cool, unique stuff. Like there are quests like Abandoned Footlocker over here starts the Old Church of Westfall. That actually seems to have some unique story. I did some of it on my warrior that I started off with. And it seems like it's got some unique story. When it comes to certain quests, I will try to narrate them as best as I can. I will probably not narrate all of the quests. Pretty sure those are supposed to drop a thing too, but I guess not. There's a lot of people playing right now. There's also a command I can put in chat that will show exactly how many players are online, but I'm not going to do that right now. So, I'm mildly interested in playing the server. They have a ton of new zones. Like, if I pull out here, Gilneas has been updated. There is the actual Scarlet Enclave up here. There is an additional part of... I thought there was more added to Hinterlands, but I guess not. Maybe it's just not labeled on the map. This is the Thalasian Highlands. This is where the High Elves start, and this is their new city. This has not been added, so you cannot actually go to Quel'Thalas yet, but there is talk in the questline here about returning to Quel'Thalas and taking it back. So that could be a potential place for the story to go in the future. Deadwood Pass has been updated, and there is now two dungeon and 2 raids here in Karazhan. The upper and lower halls of Karazhan, as well as the Karazhan Crypts, and there is apparently a world boss there. There is a zone here between Ironforge and Elwyn that has actually been modeled in. I think they're adding a zone here as well. But even that, and I think they have added stuff, yeah, up here and in this area for wetlands itself. You can actually access the Ironforge airfields now, which I may have to do at some point, just see what they've got up there. Pretty well every zone has gotten looked at in some form. Not as much as the other server that I have referenced in my stream title, or my description, I think. Project Epog has a lot of stuff going for it. I'm not going to advertise it too much on here. I will probably be streaming it the week it comes out. But I do not want to cross-promote servers on a stream for a different private server. Alright, healed. Thank you. There's actually a couple different servers coming out that I am interested in. Extremely interested in, I would even say. Because there is the Bronzebeard server that Project Ascension is working on, which is effectively very similar to what Project Epog is doing, but I think Bronzebeard has much smaller scope. Bronzebeard is technically vanilla plus, but with Wrath of the Lich King classes as opposed to Burning Crusade. Which they are scaling up the world, however, to compensate for the additional power that comes with being a Wrath of the Lich King class, and they've also handled the talent situation in their own way, which at least the last time I was checking in on it regularly. Bronzebeard was looking at giving players additional talent points via the runes system that they do, whereas Project Epog is just conceding that, okay, between levels, I think it was 40 and 60, players will occasionally get an extra talent point to basically match the rate that you would have gotten them by hitting level 70 originally. I'm not sure I agree with that necessarily either. That feels like just giving extra talent points to players for nothing. But if that's the way they want to go, that's the way they want to go. Turtle, however, isn't doing that. It is just levels 1 to 60. There's no additional talent points, at least as far as I'm aware. Put a star next to that one. I may actually turn the sound back off and just put on some music. But, like I said, all of the classes have gotten full rework, so it is a similar, though not the same, level of updating the classes. Oh, someone's trying to do Dead Mines. I'm not quite high enough level for Dead Mines. Ooh. Boots the Bear. No boots on. Ooh. Nice. It's nice starting over. As much as I really like Sod, and as much as I'm looking forward to whatever Blizzard does with Classic Plus, I'm hesitant. And I think I'll always be a little hesitant. I don't know. I may also return for Mists of Pandaria Classic as well. I said I wasn't sure about it, but my Australian guild leader really wants me to go, and I do enjoy raiding with that guild. They're fun people. Could never stream those raids. Very questionable language is used, but I don't know. I'm excited. I'm mildly excited for the future of WoW. Midnight looks like it should be interesting, if nothing else. And Ghost of Koresh looks like it's really fun, and they're trying to do some interesting stuff with the new area and the system updates that they're doing. But it does always come with a caveat of I don't like all of the changes that they're doing. That is sort of an issue. I don't really like all the changes they're doing. Plus, it's also just really expensive to play WoW in Canada. I know it's more expensive in other places of the world, but especially compared to America, we're paying like an extra $8 a month. And that's hard to justify, especially when you don't like a lot of the changes that Blizzard is putting forward and moving forward with. So, we'll see. We'll see what my future with WoW is. But, yeah. I hope chat is doing well tonight. I'm thinking about posting some YouTube videos as well soon. Not WoW related necessarily. I think I want to read some creepypastas again. I had a previous channel that I had a small amount of success on like a decade ago doing creepypasta readings. I'm hoping that in my current setup it would be significantly better quality, but I don't know. I don't actually know which does more damage between the two of them. Just put the meter back on so I can see. I turned off my damage meter because I don't really need a damage meter right now. But another actually thing that I'm looking forward to when it comes to Project Epog is that it is on a modern client, and unfortunately with Turtle being on a 1.12 client, it is a little bit harder and less convenient to play. Not a ton, but there's some modern conveniences. Like, I really don't like this add-on that I have to use for my UI. It is a sort of port of Elv UI, but it is much more restrained and constricted in what it's capable of doing. Seems like for each hit, they're doing about the same. I imagine Holy Strike will do more if I have Crusader judge it on them. Oh, that's like double the damage. What the fuck? Okay, that was a crit then. That makes sense. I wish Crusader Strike either did a higher percentage of your weapon damage, or did its damage as holy. I know that would be kind of broken, or may cause balance issues, but it would feel better in the kit. Especially if you were deciding between a flat amount of holy damage or a percentage amount of non-holy damage. I wish that there was a... I wish they were both holy damage. Though Holy Strike would actually really be good for tanking. That does make sense to me. It being flat and effectively being net neutral on mana would be really useful. So this early on, I may actually be better off just using Holy Strike. Net neutral on mana, and I think it does slightly more. I do need to get a better weapon though, and like soon. But weapons are not cheap on the auction house necessarily, and I don't have a ton of money at my disposal. May actually also help if I actually had my buff on. Wonder if I can make... I wouldn't know how to do that. Never mind. Yeah, I'm excited for the future of WoW, even if it's just looking at even if it's just looking at upcoming fan projects. I think the future of WoW is a very exciting prospect to look forward to. If you're, I guess really only if you're looking forward to vanilla content. Season Discovery really pushed a lot of fan projects to like really show their work. And I think that's cool. I wish that I wish Blizzard would take more of a read from projects like Turtle WoW, projects like Project Epog, projects like Bronzebeard, and see what people are adding to like really get a feel for what players want. Because if a group of basically nobody is working for not very much money, they're getting some money. There are donations available, but like not very much money overall can make a project like this, and a team working for Blizzard with all of their assets and like dev knowledge can't. There's something wrong. And I don't know whether that's like just a dev issue. I don't know if it's a writing issue. I don't know if it's like a systems issue. Maybe the vanilla client just can't handle a whole lot. And I would also at least correct myself in the sense that they did try with Scarlet Enclave to do something new. But I worry that the team behind Season Discovery / Classic Plus is too focused on the war within dev team in terms of figuring out how they're supposed to make content. That is genuinely a little worrying to me. Is I don't think they actually know how to make vanilla styled content anymore. I hope they do. I really, really hope that they have some like interesting announcements for Classic Plus. They need to. So I have basically decided that, and this is going to sound very presumptuous. I understand that saying this as an actual opinion out loud going to receive a lot of criticism on this. I have done the math, and I don't think that BlizzCon next year is going to be late enough in the Midnight's launch cycle to realistically announce or show off anything for the last expansion of the World Soul Sock. I think it's like Last Titan or something. So if Midnight is being shown off at Gamescom this year, I imagine that BlizzCon next year is going to be showing off patch content for Midnight, probably the first major patch or an early sneak peek of patch 2. And it's probably going to be Classic Plus. And I really hope that 1 year is enough time for them to take what they've learned from Season of Discovery, take all of the good, the bad, everything that they did for it, and use that to work on something new. And I know they've said that at this point, anything made for Season of Discovery will likely be used in some form for whatever Classic Plus ends up being. And that's both good and bad, because that means stuff like the Nightmare incursions are probably staying around in some form, whether it's the questing system entirely as it exists right now, or if it's just the zones themselves and they're going to do something different with them. I don't know. But I feel like that at BlizzCon next year, if they are announcing a Classic Plus, it needs to announce new class race combinations at bare minimum. It needs to announce that new zones are being developed with screenshots that show the development progress of those zones. It needs to scrap the rune system entirely and find a way of implementing those runes directly into the class itself, because I don't think anyone is going to want to play again if it's with the rune system. Yes, the rune system had some good use cases. Like, it is somewhat interesting being able to on the fly swap between tank and DPS as an example, especially while you're leveling, or DPS and healer, or tank and healer, whatever your swap of choice ends up being, right? And there's a lot of flexibility there. There's a lot of utility runes that had some uses, but the problem with it is there is two. If they want to go the retail design route for content, for new content, you can't have buttons like, to take Paladin for example, because I played Paladin the most. You can't have Rebuke, Aura Mastery, and Hand of Sacrifice on the same button, or on the same rune slot. It doesn't work. You either need to make certain utility buttons just baked into the class, or you just need to make the entire system baked into the class in some form. Now, if I want to get a little fan theory, like my wish list for it, I would really like for Blizzard to give the SOD team the money and the resources to put SOD on its own client. It needs to be separated completely from the classic era servers, and they need to have the ability to make changes that will not affect era, because era doesn't, like, the people who are still playing era and still playing anniversary largely do not want Season of Discovery, and that's fine. They should be allowed to have their little box of time-locked content, effectively. And, like, I realize in some cases they're like, hey, this is actually a good change, can we please move this back? And in some cases they have, but also not really, not a lot. And when it has happened, it's usually been on accident, or it's been really messy. And that's not great. So entirely moving SOD to its own client, or Classic Plus, whatever it ends up being, might not actually be functionally viable. But I think letting Classic Plus breathe on its own and live on its own merits and be able to change classes, change zones, update the world, add new content, add new dungeons, without being worried about messing up anything on Classic Era's side, which has been a major issue so far, I think just needs to happen. I think that all of the talent trees need to be updated. I think all of the classes need to be slightly reworked. I don't want full retail style reworks, to be very clear. I think that would be bad. I think moving the classes closer to what they were in Burning Crusade, which seems to be the most commonly agreed upon version of the Classic Era classes. Like, sure, there is some cool things about the vanilla classes that sucks to lose, and I think there needs to be some nuance with that. I don't think just fully like scrapping vanilla and moving straight into TVC classes works, but knowing when and where to apply the TBC era changes, like Crusader Strike, make it baseline. If you need to put it in the talent tree, fine. Consecrate should just be learned from the trainer. You know, Paladin should have taunt baked into their kit. It should have maybe at a defensive button or two. It should have Avenger's Shield. Pretty well everything that was added as a rune should be available in whatever Classic Plus ends up being. The good and the bad. And if you need to update the runes to better work as baseline class features or talents, sure, that's fine. But I do think that's the next step, is detach the runes from being their own system and shift them into being something you can just either learn from the talent tree, learn from your class trainer, or from a class quest. I think more class quests would be a huge win. Like, turning some runes into class quests that just become baseline abilities would be a huge win. Maybe add more class quests that give class items, like unique customization options, maybe. Maybe not items that give power, or at least not too often, but like cosmetic items would be really neat to have access to in like a Classic Plus that are like themed to your class. And if you're worried about transmog, sure, maybe let's not do transmog, but you could do like Librams showing on the class, Librams showing on your class model for Paladins, or you could get every couple, like maybe at level 40, every class gets a weapon, like Warrior does. Or you can have them have special trinkets or something, right? Like there is things that you could do to expand on the systems of vanilla that don't go against vanilla and instead work with it. And I think there are a lot of ways that Classic Plus could go, but if it doesn't at bare minimum have announced at launch class reworks, talent tree reworks, runes built into the classes in some way, shape, or form, moved on to its own separate client. That's a bit of a daydream, but I think it should. Changes to the world map slightly, new zones, new areas in the zones, new quests, new dungeons, new parts of dungeons. Like, fans have proven, like, it takes time. It's not something that can be done overnight. But, you know, in a year or two, whenever the Classic Plus comes out, they've got time to build these events into their new project. Especially if they're, like, keeping what Season of Discovery did and building on top of that. There is so much there. There is so much that they can do with it. I need to heal. It's not. Well, I survived. Sucks using an hour-long cooldown for that, but I mean, it's not using for anything else, so. But yeah, list of things that I think Classic Plus needs to have: updated classes, new class race customization options, or not customization, class race combination options. So like dwarf mages, human hunters, undead hunters. Pick your favorite options. At this point, it's really Dwarf Shaman and Tauren Paladin or Undead Paladin needs to happen, I feel like, at this point, for a Classic Plus to be successful. I think people have finally hit a point where they are sick and tired of there not just being some parity between the factions. It's not cosmetic. It is a power thing. Horde being able to have Wind Fury and potentially even Bloodlust. Unsure if I doubt they'll add Bloodlust into Classic Plus, but if they do, especially, that would be drastic power difference between the factions. But just blessings versus totems is so huge in terms of the difference that I don't think they could justify releasing a new version of Classic Plus that does not have Paladins and Shaman for both sides. It's also just really obnoxious having having classes gear drop that just doesn't have any use for your group. Like tier tokens, at least in Scarlet Enclave in Season, the Shaman and Paladin class trinket was the same, or not class trinket, the class token, tier token was the same and shared with Druid. So that kind of works and solves the issue a little bit. But it would still just be nice. It would be nice to have the option to be able to play. There was a bunch of people in my guild even at the end of Solid who were like, man, I really wish I could play a Shaman right now. I really wish that we were Horde so I could play Shaman, or that I could just have access to Shaman. And I was one of many who were super disappointed that Shaman wasn't added to Alliance and Paladin wasn't added to Horde. And they teased the heck out of it. It's really sad to me that Blizzard added entire NPCs to the PTR that only exist to tease Paladins on Horde and Shaman on Alliance that just shrug. Who knows? Why did they waste time on that? To tease Classic Plus? Maybe. But, like, somebody had to code those NPCs. They were not NPCs that existed in vanilla. And especially the one on Horde side was the one that they added on Horde side was incredibly attached to the Paladin quest lines that they added in Sod. And the one they added teasing Shamans for Alliance is literally the class trainer that they added in Cataclysm for Shamans, for Dwarf Shamans. It's silly. That's all it is at the end of the day. It's really silly. And I am hesitant to say that it's, like, intentionally fucking with your players. Oh, I need to actually go and do this quest. So I'm going to turn in this quest, these two quests over here, and then I'm going to go do that quest, actually. And I'm going to stop the auction house and put those things up on the auction house I looted. Don't need it, but I can sell it. It would be really nice if they did those things. Minimum class reworks, class talent updates, race class combinations, new zones, new content added to old zones, new quests added, new class quests added would be really nice. New areas added to old dungeons to make them fresh and new and not just the same dungeons that you've ran 1,000 times. Brand new dungeons at all levels, not just endgame. Having additional dungeons added during the leveling process is imperative for vanilla. I think it's less interesting. Like, if we were to do Season Discovery TBC, which I really hope that's not what they're waiting to announce. If we were to do Season Discovery TBC, I don't think it'd be worth it for them to add additional dungeons while leveling. I think that even in TBC, the only thing that really matters is level 70. But leveling is the game in vanilla. Dungeons, better items drop. Maybe not as strong as they did while leveling in SOD. I think that was a mistake. I think they power corrupt themselves really hard and backed themselves into a corner at level 60. Yeah, that's it. New raid content at 62. That would be really nice. I don't think level up raids work. I think they worked specifically in the context of Season of Discovery. I don't really want them to do them again. If you have to keep the updated dungeons, like that you did already for SOD, that got turned into raids, just make them back into dungeons, is what I would do. Like, limit them back to 5 or whatever, and just turn them back into dungeons. But needing a full raid group to do Sunken Temple when classes have a bunch of quests that are still valuable to do or have completed by level 60 is not a great option. Let's see here. Boar of the monkey of the eagle. Damn. These are expensive. Oh, I'm level 15. Yeah, I hope Classic Plus is good. I hope it's announced next year and they have some really cool things to show off, even if it's not ready to be played yet. I hope that end of 26, spring 27, that we get the ability to test it out for ourselves and make our own opinions. I think that'd be really important. Man, is there just nothing on the auction house that would be good for me to use? Is there a good mace? No. God, no. Okay. That's not really worth it. That's a huge difference in quality. Um, maybe I'll just take that. Spirit's really bad for me, but I don't think Spirit does literally anything for me. It reduces downtime between combats, and that helps enough. Oh, okay. I will grab this. That's pretty well all of my silver gone, but that will be a big upgrade. Gloves, belt, bracers. Is there anything cheap? $15 silver, sure. 4 silver, sure. Sure. Can I afford to put this up? No, it cost me 2 silver. Okay. Okay. Is that, no, that's an option. Yuan, 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 Yuan. Go back to the auction house to sell. That's done, that's done. I'm gonna grab those, I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna start collecting all of the Dead Mines quests, at least where I can. Because if I have them, I don't have to worry about grabbing them later, and I can just go do Dead Mines. Someone's doing their next attainment right now. I do also think that Blizzard should consider adding in hardcore as a setting for the next version of SOD. Classic Plus comes out, it should have a button on character creation that's just a toggle on off for hardcore and hardcore self found. I think it could be neat if they could find a way of putting guild self found in, or like, yeah, I think because in my head I want there to be a built-in system that allows you as a guild or you as a party to do self found without um without an add-on, because I think having an add-on is where it gets messy. Too many people are want to evade those sorts of systems, and you saw it all the time with OnlyFans. But I think the idea of guild self-found is a strong one. I think it is a hugely great idea. That has a lot of potential. Because that's really what vanilla is at the end of the day. What is the point of getting to max level and putting all the effort into level just to be alone, right? Everyone can be level 60 all they want. If you're not doing with a guild, there's no point. And doing self-found entirely on WoW is interesting as a challenge, but your character is basically useless once it hits 60. Because there's no point of doing raids and dungeons, because then you're no longer self-found anymore. Bending the rules to like, oh, well, it's self-found unless I'm doing a raid, is also kind of cheap and doesn't feel great. But I realize that there is limitations. I'm not expecting Blizzard to... Oh, that's a cool portal animation. Custom portal animation. I think if I really, really, really go Omega Brain with this, and maybe not for the best, but like what I would really like to see if Blizzard did a Classic Plus is I really, really want I really want them to just open up all races and all classes to have access, or all races to have all classes access. To be able to just decide, you know what, this time I want to play a Night Elf Paladin, or I want to play a Gnome Hunter. Name the class race option. I think you should have it. I think you should be able to choose to do that if you so want. I know logistically that has some issues, and it would come with having to customize every race to have maybe not unique models, but if nothing else, definitely unique animations, perhaps. They would need to have armor and weapons fitted to them. But, like, I think it's worth it. And I think the effort would be worth it, and I think the effort would be really appreciated from players. As a show of, hey, we are actually going to take Classic Plus seriously, and this is going to be a long-term effort from us to make vanilla like more fun and have a lot more longevity. I don't think they would actually do it, to be fair, to be very clear. But it would be nice. That's about where I'm at with it. There's a lot of things that I have on my wish list for potential Classic Plus from Blizzard, but nothing would ever actually like push them like on Blue Sky or Twitter or anything to follow up on. Because it wouldn't be worth it. And they have like 1,000 people every day complaining to them about this change and that change. But new PvE content, PvP content, class updates, class race customization options, or I said it wrong again. Class race combination options. I think significantly down the line, like a year or two down the line, I think them adding in new races would be neat. I don't think Draenei fit, but you know, High Elf / Blood Elf, Goblin, Ogre could be neat. Kultiran humans, a variant on Kultiran humans, perhaps. Or I forget what server it is, but there was a fan project that was doing sub-race options, which could be very interesting. Sub-races maybe that don't have different racial passives, but are just basically a skin that you put on your character would be neat. and would add a ton of variation. So sure, you're a human, but you're a Kultiran human, or a Stormwind human, which is I guess just the default, or you could be a Gilneas human, or an Arathi human, etc., 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 all the way down the list. Orcs could be Fell orcs, for example, or Maghar. Um, dwarves have Frost dwarves, and Dark Irons that you could add in. Dark Iron would be a little weird for vanilla because Dark Irons are very much still villain batted in vanilla, and I don't think that should change. Um, Trolls have a bunch of options too that they could do. They even already have forest troll models from the alpha that had player model rigging, and that could work. They would probably need work a little bit on armor models, but I mean, you know, it could work. The problem is I feel like a lot of people just dismiss Blizzard's capabilities and just go, oh well, they don't have the time, or they don't have the resources, or they can't do that, and a lot of people seem to hold the mindset of like, oh well, just because a person on a private server could do it doesn't mean Blizzard could just do it. When that's just a lie. You're just allowing Blizzard to be lazy. And it's not like it would be that hard for Blizzard to, say, every 6 to 8 months do a big like poll, and be like, hey, these are the things we want to work on next. Like do the old school RuneScape thing. It's not perfect, but have players vote on, what they want Blizzard to focus on, and that could be a way of doing it. If Blizzard does not want to themselves decide what Classic Plus is, and instead have players drive what Classic Plus is, I think it would be a bad idea to just go out into the void and go put all of your ideas down and we'll congregate them and amalgamize them into what we can and can't do. I think it would be better to put out a list of options and go, hey, from these options, pick A or B, C or D. Okay, A or C, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It would be a lot of work, and honestly, at this point, I would kind of just rather Blizzard actually make a stand and go, hey, this is our take on Classic Plus. This is what we're doing with it, and as long as it's a, you know, firm direction and not some kind of lazy, half-assed like half steps on everything, I think it could work. Anyways, we're heading back to Stormwind. We're returning on my Paladin quest to pick up Resurrection. We'll also check the trainer to see if there's any new abilities. Not that I can really afford anything new. Is there anything that I actually care about? This is also neat. It is a little bit against the flavor of vanilla to have access to flying, but it is temporary. It's on a short timer and requires you to both A, do a quest, and B, buy a resource. I haven't really killed anything. Wait, I killed 2 things since getting a new weapon. The tent has disappeared. Congratulations to Never Gonna Give Up. They've reached level 40 in hardcore mode. Well, no one's put down a new tent. That sucks. I was hoping to get the full 10 minutes out of it so I could max out my rested experience, but nada. Perhaps there will be another one on the way out. As weird as the tents system is in this server, and as much as it does really increase the leveling rate, or can, I do like it. I forgot to grab my new Dark Moon buff. What was there? Alright, turn this in. Check the trainer. Grab the turn in quest, check trainer, grab Fire Festival buff. Go get Dark Moon Fair buff. Go back to Westfall. Lose the game. The light shines upon you, and you should welcome it wholly. Redemption. Okay, that sucks. I cannot afford. Cannot afford. Unfortunately. Is there anything I can talk about while we're traveling over here? I like some of the changes Turtle WoW has made to classes. Being able to get Crusader Strike on the talent trainer is really good. Getting Consecration at level 20 from the trainer is really good. They have made Paladin tanking really viable on this server. I don't think it's as good as Warrior. They've had to go through a couple balance changes recently. But it is probably still pretty good with all the changes they've made. At least it gives a lot of utility, which is probably helpful. Unfortunately, Ribbon Dance is a lot less useful in this version. I don't know if it's normal for Vanilla's Fire Ribbon buff to not give experience like it does in later versions, but it definitely sucks. 30 fire resistance is a weird buff to have while leveling. I mean, it's good for some things, I imagine. Rudolph Hunter. They have made some also other changes to the world itself, which are really helpful. Oh, there's a tent. Like, speaking of that Night Elf, there is a boat directly from Aberdeen to Stormwind now. There's a boat. So Aberdeen now has boats to Darnassus, to Alathalas, which is the, as I mentioned earlier, the High Elf area, and also to Stormwind. Stormwind, however, only has a boat to Aberdeen now, I think. I don't actually think that Wetlands only has a boat to Theramore now, which is the unfortunate trade-off. I don't know what the other boat does now. And I imagine this also only has, yeah, boat to Menethil. So that's the same. So nothing new there. That's got a new raid in it, I think. Black Morass has been added to Caverns of Time, which means you can actually enter the Caverns of Time now. It looks like there's another village up here in the gap between Thousand Needles and Tannerus. I don't see anything new in Thousand Needles. We go to Fairless. This looks all relatively the same. That has... oh, that's normal, yep. Fulgor... nothing new. I think that's new. I don't know what that does, but Suntail Pass is up there. Desolus... Bardon... and a new level 60 raid boss, or world boss. I think that's it. This has been added to Stone Talon. And additionally, I think they are supposed to be adding a dungeon in here at some point, which I imagine will be up in this area. But yeah, there's a new town here, and there's quests up here, I imagine, and there's the Black Sand oil fields up here on the top. Looks like new quests over here as well, but I'm not sure. I've never actually done Stone Talon on Alliance. I've only done it as Horde, really. Let me move over to Ashenvale. That's the same. That's all the same, I think. That's the same. Oh, that's new. Crescent Grove is new. Don't know what that is. But it is new. Check the Barrens. I know Wailing Caverns has a new area in it. Boat to Booty Bay is still there. Crawling Downs. Dust Swallow we already looked at. Though I think Alcaz Island actually has stuff on it now, as opposed to just being a sort of a quest hub. Or like a single quest area. I think the Echo Isles have been expanded a little bit, but maybe not. Zeppelins, these are all the same. But they do have a Zeppelin to Thunderbluff now. Yep, that's cool. Hyjal has been added. There's a raid here. And there's a world boss here. I have not actually seen Hyjal. There's a new world boss in Ajara, as well as Azurgos. Felwood does not appear to have anything new. At least not directly new. This also doesn't have anything new, but yeah, Stormwind, Alathalas, and Rutharan. Moonglade does not have anything new. Winter Spring. I think this is just open so you can get into Hyjal now, and I think that's how you access it. There's also this. Don't know what that is. Not a clue. There's also Telebim, which I believe is a PvP island. Actually, I think Blackstone Island is where the goblins start, but I'm not sure. Gilligim and Lapidus Isle, both things that were restored from the alpha. You see in Westfall, but that's what it looks like. Duskwood looks like this, same as normal. Stringlethorn Vale is, I think, 90% the same. I don't think anything has really been added to it. I thought I convinced myself for a second there was another thing that was called Arena, but it's just that. Blasted Lands. I don't think there's anything new added. Fallow Sanctuary was added, which I think is an alliance town now in Strangle or in Swamp of Sorrows. This is Red Ridge, Burning Steps, still 3 dungeons, still 2 raids. This is Burning Steps, or no, this is Searing Gorge. This is Badlands, which has, I think this is new. That's it. Loch Madan has the Farsighter Lodge, which has been expanded, I think. Previously, that was where the High Elves started before they got their new updated zone. That was a few years ago now. Wetlands we've already seen. This doesn't have anything in it yet. And neither does this. We've seen Ironforge. But there is this, which I'm assuming is a new starting area for gnomes. I could be wrong on that, though. I think this is all normal stuff. Wetlands, all normal. Arathi Highlands. I think this is all new. I think this is new added for Turtle. And I think that's it. Hinterlands, I think we've already looked at. I don't think there's anything added up here. I'm still not sure what this is. Western Plaguelands, nothing has been added. But I think Anderhall was reverted to the earlier versions. Knack still exists. There is a portal up here on the map. I don't think that leads to Quel'Thalas yet. But I might be wrong on that one. And obviously Tyr's Hand leads into the Scarlet Enclave. I think this is just a one-to-one port of the Wrath version. I don't think this has anything to do with Blizzard's take on the Scarlet Enclave. I think this is just as it looked for the Death Knights, but without Akaros, obviously, because Death Knights don't exist. Stratholme, Blazing Highlands, Tearsfall Glades has had all of this added to it. I will probably be leveling. There is an Alliance quest there. I will probably level a Horde at some point from level 1, just to see all the changes for Horde side. Oh, here's a new path down from Tearsfall Glades, actually. Oh, interesting. Silverpine has 2 roads into it now. It's really cool, actually. Fulcrum, Ambermill, Pyrewood. Gilneas is entirely new as well. It has its own dungeon. And this is actually like a questing area that you can enter. This is Hillsbrad. I don't think it's changed at all. And this is Alterac Mountains. And I think that's all the new zones. I am really interested to see what's going on up here. I need to get a character high enough level that I can see if that portal does anything. I don't think it does, but I want to know. Oh, there's another world boss over here that I missed. Crazy. The new life waiting. It's buried in the sand. You bent out the wrong hand. And what to feel. 3. Don't look back, just carry on. Carry on. Carry on. Don't look back, just carry on. Carry on. Oh, that's got its own part on the map. I missed that previously. Amani Alor. I imagine that's a new Horde exclusive area. Or a questing area. I don't know. Alright, we are almost done with this. Oh my god. That's an interesting necklace. Probably decent for a leveling tank. Crazy. There's a new waiting. Buried in the sand. Out the phone. Decent prop paladin weapon. I need damage to your melee attacks. Shit. Let's try. It's a tabard. I don't think that's the actual Greymane symbol, but that's fine. And a mount, huh? Strength stam staff, huh? I guess that's for druid tanks. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Little Raven Pep. Look, he drops some quest items. Ooh, there's a set that can be picked up from here. It increases your sword skill and returns 3% of your damage dealt as healing. That's... Oh, there's like a whole self-heal build going on here. But that... Interesting. I have to wonder if there is some weird two-handed tanking build. Or if it's just for PvP. That is always possible. Oh, I didn't notice that before. Oh, that's... okay. That's 1, 2, 3. I think that was 4. One percent hit chance. Okay. Grab that, grab that. So I'm seeing a helmet, a tabard, a mount, shoulders. I wonder where the other pieces come from. show up in here? No. Hmm. Hmm. Strength, spirit, nature resistant attack power, huh? Interesting. Strength, stamina, int? That would be really good for Paladin. Ret Paladin. Huh. And it's a slow weapon, too. Huh, okay. I'm going to have to look at doing this, then. Good to know for later. I don't think any of the old dungeons got updated loot too much, but I could be wrong. That drops a purple item? Ooh. That looks sick. I know it's a reused model, but that still looks sick. Ring as a helmet. And just a generic cape. Decent sword. Probably good for tanking. These just drop off random mobs in the dungeon, sure. But then I guess for comparison's sake, Black Fathom Deeps. Yeah, that still sucks. That still's pretty bad. Yeah, that hasn't been updated at all, unless this is just an old version of it. I mean, it's got decent gear, but it hasn't been updated past what it originally was. I've been live for an hour and a half and have barely done anything. I'm sorry. That's not fair to you guys. I'll grab a quick flight. Now, apparently at level 18 I can get a mount for free, but I don't know how to get it. I think it was from Dark Moon Fair, so hopefully I can hit level 18 tonight. We can see how to do it. But we'll see. See how she goes. I didn't grab the other quest, but that's fine. I can grab it on my next time I go to Starwind. of course, is a shaman over here farming these for whatever reason. Two of them. Actually, I'm gonna head over here and grab this quest up here, because I haven't seen this quest before. Benny Blanco. Murderer of low levels. This actually may do more damage now. Hold on. Still about the same. Oh, my Holy Strike missed. That sucks. I crit for 110. People are, like, actually right. Ret kills so fast on this server. Retribution is just... feels really good, even at this level. It'll feel even better when I get, like, a good weapon. It's not that this one's bad, but it's not great. It could have higher damage. 29 to 44 is actually really good for this level. I'm just used to hitting harder because of being level 60 on season. The fact that I'm able to take out literally 3 to 4 enemies is actually probably a me being too strong thing, even. But Lass Wax. That's out far. That's farther than the Cap and Sanders stuff, or the mystery map stuff. So I think the mystery map stuff... Oh, no, it does go out there. Huh. That feels farther. I don't know why. that's an extra quest to go seek out Captain Grayson. Okay, that's cool. A little bit of extra experience, that's neat. You find this book in an awful condition. After some inspection, you make out the title of the book, Guide to a Sailor's Stomach. It seems the book had been soaked wet and was left to dry in the sun. One can imagine that after realizing the book could no longer be read, it had been abandoned by its owner. As you check the end of the book, you squint your eyes over the gibberish in front, only for a name to come up in your mind. A familiar name at that. Grayson. Alright, let's go finish collecting these runes first. Alright, eager for additional work, aren't we? So, my employer is looking for even more animation runes for his experiments. Bring me an additional 10 runes and you will be greatly rewarded. But be careful, they will only accept intact runes. Try not to damage them too much with this weapon of yours. One more thing, don't get yourself killed. Those harvest machines pack a punch and I need you to run more errands for me. I'm joking, but seriously, take care of yourself. Ghoul. 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 Gorsh. You're now switching over to an artist called Myu. M-Y-U-U. feel like I burned through all my topics of conversation already, and we're only just hitting the 2-hour mark of the stream, and that's probably not a good thing, to be entirely honest with myself. So I think this has just been a consistent issue, and maybe it's just something I'll learn with time. Nine out of 10. Come on, drop the last one. I kill things super fast. Holy crap. Okay. We're gonna go down and pick up. I think this is technically closer. We're gonna go up here next, and then do compass. We'll do people's militia because I think that it can also be done over here. Let me actually see if I can pull up. So the first quest that I neglected to read, the Harvest Golem Mystery quest line. The first quest says, Mysterious animation runes. I've been trying to get my hands on one, but as a shopkeep, I ain't exactly suited to fight mechanical monsters. I work for a certain someone who is investigating the Harvest Golems of Westfall. If you could recover a rune, I'll make it worth your while. You can find them in any Harvest Golem in the region. And on completion, what a fine specimen! A little cracked, but this should work just fine. My client is trying to get to the bottom of what caused these golems to go haywire, and needs all the samples he can get. Moving over to the old Church of Westfall. Upon opening the chest, you discover several old and worn-out items, various church tomes and writings with a small out-of-place letter resting on the top. It looks aged, and written in a shrewn handwriting, which reads, Carver, we have done as you asked, and have forced the old man out. David was a bit rough and injured him. We made sure to really send a message, and he won't be coming back. We even got the key and locked the doors tight if anyone came back. They will soon understand it is their time to leave as well. You should bring this information to a higher authority. We'll go over here next. Fine. Take both of those out on your own. The rare is not spawned over there. Okay. Into the town. Into the town. This place has been recently cleared out. That's rough. For me, I mean. Whoever got here before me had a great time, probably. That'd be good if I was a druid or a rogue. Should have attacked the other one. I could have killed both of them. You're able to pull crazy fast in a party. I really hope that I get Rebuke at some point from the class trainer. Or a similar interrupt. Because my only option being a 1 minute cooldown stun. Not very good. Not very good, not very fun. It's dying. Turn all these quests in. Hearth back to Stormwind. Have you collected the runes already? Good job, and all of them are extraordinary quality too. I didn't think that you could do it, to be fair. The last adventurer helping me. Let's just say he got harvested, if you know what I mean. It's great to finally have someone who knows what they're doing. So would you help me once more? I need something else to be done, and I cannot leave Sentinel Hill for now. You know, I'm waiting for a shipment of supplies from Redridge, and it could arrive any moment. Alright, let me Hearth of Stormwind, so I can hopefully get this roll buff. I knew you wouldn't pass another opportunity to earn some coin. Ever been to Stormwind City? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you have. In the northern part of the city. There's a district inhabited mostly by non-humans. Dwarves, gnomes, even high elves lately. One of my dear friends, a gnomish engineer, with a lovely name, Lilium, lives there. I need you to tell him that Hewen sent you. He will give you a paper, a blueprint, even. You know what a blueprint is? Good. So, take the blueprint, come back to me, and I will pay you. Good enough. Good luck. Hey, you heading to Westfall by chance? The SA-7 is on a big lead about the defiance machinations involving individuals outside of Westfall. We suspect they're dealing with some sort of highly volatile chemical that could pose a threat to not only Stormwind, but the rest of the Eastern Kingdoms as well. We could use some additional muscle, per se, as this job may very well not be the stealthy type of deal. One of our agents is situated down in Westfall at the bridge leading to Duskwood, near the abandoned Mage Tower. I want you to go and meet her. Be quick about it. There has been a sudden turn of events worth investigating. Kiernan is her name, and once you find her, do as she says. Ewan sent you? The son of a trog couldn't even visit me himself? Preposterous! I got his blueprint, but if he knew how much hassle it cost me, if you only knew. Tell Ewan the next time he orders something from me, he pays double. Here you have it. The Harvester blueprint. The goblin who sold it to me. I wish I never see his green face again. Bah! I looked into these blueprints. I don't know for what Ewan needs it, but it's nothing good, I tell you. This is a machine of death and destruction. I'm only giving you this because he's my old friend and I hope he still has some brain left in his greedy head. Sure have any luck? Oh, thank you, Desaria. It's of no practical use to me, but the sentimental value. Needless to say, thank you for bringing this to me. At some cost to your own well-being, not to mention the time it took to go all the way down to Westfall. You have my gratitude, and have this as a token of my thanks. Oh, I haven't unlocked this quest yet. Okay. But I can go train. I can go train some new abilities. The other ones will come later, yeah. Game over, yeah. Blessing of Bliss is the other thing I like. Ba, 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 ba. Mm-hmm. Da, da. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, Tree of Life. That's cool. We are actually going to be right back for a few minutes. I'm going to put us to the BRB screen, and I'll return momentarily. Just realized I'm still muted. I apologize. Let's go get a re-up on these buffs. And then let's get back to questing. Let's get back to questing. Hello there. And I'm so sorry. Cannot drink tonight. I need somebody and always. Sick, strange darkness comes creeping on, so haunting every time. And as I stared, I counted the webs from all the spiders, catching things and eating their insides. Like indecision to call you and hear your voice of treason. Oh, you come home and stop this pain tonight. Stop this pain, don't waste your time. Sorry. Why isn't this proccing? Not that I really care. That's just the same buff. Okay, cool. Alright. So I have my 3% crit buff. I have Rallying Cry. Let us return to Westfall. To Sentinel Hill. Alpha, Rita's escaped. Recruit for me 5 teenagers with attitude. Go, go, Power Rangers. Do, 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 do. Go, go, Power Rangers. Do, 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 do. Go, go, Power Rangers. See yo, Power Rangers. Shift into turbo. Mighty engines roar, turbocharged for more. Drive around the floor. Go! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in space. Yes? What is this? A letter? You found this at the Westfall Church? It has been a long time since I have heard anything about that place. Another abandoned relic of a potentially bright past. It is a shame what happened there, but it is a story that is much like the rest of the region. The western side of Westfall was the first to be removed, and there are not many who remain who can give us information. Many of those farmers were either murdered or disappeared into secrecy. There is someone that I can think of, Barros Elixton. He made something of himself after everything went down and became an architect in Stormwind City. You can find him in the Cathedral Square if you don't mind looking into this matter. Maybe you can give us some details about who ran this church, or even what happened to it. Your worth to the People's Militia has been validated by your brave acts thus far. Some Defias have eluded us. My most trusted scout reports that these Defias have been looting and pillaging the countryside, all the way into southern Westfall. We believe they are hiding on the Dagger Hills, plotting their next move. Slay the wretches in the name of the People's Militia. Ah, Desaria already. You got the paper? The Harvester Blueprints. To be frank, my hard-working friend, I don't understand any of it, but it doesn't matter, as I am only the messenger, a humble servant. Those papers are from my employer, who, if you are willing, you will meet soon. I would deliver them myself, but believe me or not, those damn supplies have still not arrived. Also, traveling through these beautiful golden plains became so dangerous lately. I'm certain that you can handle it, though. Care to help me for one last time, friend? Okay. Listen then, I need you to bring this blueprint to a man named Maltimore Gartside. Maltimore Gartside. Got it? Good. He's an old man. In his 50s, maybe 60s? Long gray hair, kinda skinny, pale skin, hard to miss. You will know it's him. Yes, he is my employer, and yes, I know where he lives. Wouldn't want you to scour through all of Westfall, of course. Go west of Sentinel Hill, but north of Moonbrook. He lives in a solitary cottage. Usually spends his time outside of it. Don't know why. Didn't ask, didn't care. So you meet him, tell him I said hello, and give him the blueprints. Easy. Also, please be careful. It is very, very important that these blueprints don't fall into the hands of those bandits with red bandanas. The Defias, they call themselves. Light be with you, friend. Bum, bum, da, 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 da. Road. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-da. Druid, just travel in your future when you hit level 30 and you get your travel form. You will never be a rogue, always healing and crying about your class hunter. You will want every single weapon in the entire freaking game. You won't need anything but your pets and a min scattershot and then feign death. Westfall, once a land of prosperity, now nothing more than a wasteland. Who are you? What do you want from me? Blueprints from Huon? Finally. You couldn't be any slower with it. Let me see what it's written inside. Excuse me for my bad manners. I was so excited to lay my hands on these blueprints. Never have I seen these lands in such a sorry state. It's not only because of the Defiance. You see, years ago, a salesman arrived in Westfall. He brought a new commodity: harvest golems. Farmers were overjoyed. Golems worked flawlessly, gathering crops and scaring the wildlife away. So more golems were being purchased. In a few years, they outnumbered the farmers, and then it happened. Golems turned on their owners. In a few weeks, almost all farms in Westfall were lost. And to make matters worse, the Defiance arrived. It was only natural that the people of Westfall linked the sudden change to the Brotherhood. I believe that it is mere coincidence. Someone else manipulated the golems, and now the Defiance are using the situation to their advantage. I will continue the story later, Desaria. For now, I have a request. Go to Moonbrook. The smith had a stash of engineering equipment hidden in his forge. Check there. There's nothing super exciting to talk about right now, unfortunately. Got about an hour of my primary buffs left, and then I'll have another hour of Dragon Slayer after that. So let's see how many quests I can finish in an hour. I think that'll be a decent length stream. 4 hours. I think 4 hours is good. I really wish Seal of Command wasn't a talent and was just learned, but it's fine. Holy damage on the Judgment scaling with your attack power is actually really nice. I don't know if it does that normally. Interesting. I've never seen this NPC before. Oh. Rogue only. Disappointed. This will very likely not be a series. I think if I was to do a full series, I would probably start over from level 1 on a different class. Probably Priest, because I was looking at that, and they actually have turned Discipline into like a DPS support spec, like it gets later on. So that could be fun. A lot of support for Smite Priest. But I don't think I'm going to worry about doing that on this character. And I'll just stream periodically on my road to 60. And I'll intersperse that with probably Cataclysm streams. Actually, sorry, it's technically Mists of Pandaria now. In a few hours, it'll be the Mists of Pandaria pre-patch will drop, so we may see more of that coming soon on the channel. Or not, I don't know. We'll see. That's a white chocobo. That's not a chocobo, it's a hawkstrider. Correcting myself. Correcting myself. Of course, there are other people here already doing these quests. That's rough. Okay. Got these two. On. Ooh, I got interrupted. Congratulations to Speedbull for reaching level 50 in hardcore. On. Very good. These guys do a lot of damage for only being a level or two higher than me. Ooh, there's a camp out here. Cool. Oh, and he parried. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Okay. Almost done this quest. You run quick. Another one to spawn there. He's doing sword and board. Not the greatest idea in the world. That was too greedy of me. I didn't mean to pull the mage. Oh, I died, which means I lost all my fucking buffs. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, that was really dumb of me. Oh, I feel like an idiot. That's so frustrating. That's so super duper frustrating. The Tide Hunter. Raise those flippers to the skies. I am more than a fish. I am more than a man. Death will rise from the cry. I am Murloc. I am death. A book of mine? Yeah, I am no reader. Could it be? This is Cookie's cookbook. It's how I taught him to understand our tongue and how to make a somewhat decent meal. I tell you, I am not sure if it's because he's a Murdoch or else, but he barely has a taste for flavour. I'm getting off the sails here. The night the ship sank, Cookie fled, leaving all of us to perish. I almost forgot. I guess my mind gets foggy nowadays. Not that I still have a working brain or consciousness, mind you. That motherless Murloc must pay for this bloody mutiny. Bring me proof of his death, and I will reward you handsomely. Perhaps I will even be able to move on. You probably noticed all of the shipwrecks along the coast. The Great Sea is treacherous indeed. The coast of Westfall needs to be kept clear, so that if sailors find their way to our beaches, they are safe. The Murlocs are trouble, though. Kill 7 Tide Hunters, 7 warriors, 7 oracles, and 7 coast runners, and I will see to it that you are rewarded. When my life was ended upon the rocks, I had no clue what the afterlife held for me. The lighthouse was black that night because old Murkai had scared the keeper's family off. They returned and relit the flame, but old Murkai coerced the weaker-minded Murlocs to raid the lighthouse with him once again. The second time, the family was not so lucky, and before my eyes, they perished helplessly. Slay old Murkai if you see him along the shore, and bring me one of his scales, and I shall reward you. The night the lighthouse keeper's family died was horrible. I watched, helpless, as old Murkai led the attack. But what's done is done, and now my concern is for the lives of the sailors on the great sea whose ships come close to the perilous rocks of the coastline. With no one to keep watch on the flame, the responsibility has fallen upon me. Help me keep the torch lit by bringing me 5 flasks of oil from the harvest monsters. Bum 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 ba 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 ba. Ba ba da ba ba da ba.
Have you found the equipment? Engineering tools. They're still intact. Unexpected, but a welcome surprise. Now I have all we need. Dasari, I have all the materials to create a new harvest golem. If my calculations are correct, I should be able to rewire his mind. I need your help. The harvest golem will be hostile at first, and the rewiring spell requires all my attention. I need you to draw the golem's attention until I'm finished. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da ba da do.
I guess I screwed it up.
So the person who may manufacture the runes lives close to the Darkshire. We need to hurry then. There is no time to waste. Tales of your exploits have probably reached him already. I did indeed promise you the rest of the story, so where did we pause? Oh, yes, the arrival of the Defias. Very soon they started producing harvest golems on their own. How they managed is a mystery to me. I have my suspicions, though. It requires a powerful mage to produce an animation rune, far beyond the power of those parlor mages that the Defias possess. I suspect they are working with the person who turned the golems hostile in the first place, their original creator. I will handle rewiring the golems of Westfall. It will take months, maybe years, but it will be done. However, the Defias can still easily produce new ones faster than I can rewire them. We need to halt their production. Fortunately, I know where we can find the shipments of animation runes. Go to the Jangalode mine in the Gold Coast Quarry. The Defias hide their runes deep inside, awaiting transport to their underground foundry. Bring them to me. Chance to use his freshly sharpened blade. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. You've got red on you.
I'll go to the end of these two current quests, and then I think I'm going to call it there for the day. Ah, damn it. Quick sip of my drink. apologize for the sprinkling. It's hungry, so I had a couple Doritos. They're all hunters. Don't need hunters, I need warriors and coast runners. Still hunters. See one. And I get stolen. Cool. Fun. I wish they added a few rare or elite mobs to, that is not very good. To Westfall. That could have been fun. Could have been neat. Okay, so I have passed the warriors. Let's go see if we can find any coast runners. Just run on me, the tired hunter. Raise your flippers to the skies. Of course, it gets fucking stolen. Sorry for swearing. That's going to be really frustrating for me. Hunter players think they're the center of the universe and get every goddamn kill. Ghost Runner.
Druid, there's travel in your future. When you hit level 30 and you get your travel form, you will never be a rogue always healing and crying about your class hunter. You'll want every single weapon in the entire freaking game. You don't need anything but your pets and a min, shadow shot, and then Vin Death. Mage. Think you're almighty with your epic staff with arcane power and a Zandalion hero charm. The only problems will be ripped to shreds and you will be nerfed by every single glitchy patch. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Paladin. You strike fear into the hearts of the horde simply using your hammer and bubble hearth. You think that you are a warrior, but you will always be the guy that never heals. Warlock. You should be able to kill someone with a 10,000 damage Shadow Bolt crit. If I were you, I'd join a guild and always read never, 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 never leave my house again. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the world that you play. Do, 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 do. Priest. You think you're a shadow priest, but you'll be forced to be a healbot in your raids. You should prepare to jump off a cliff. Suddenly everything is your fault. Shaman! You don't remember that outline. Warrior. No, don't remember warrior either. Damn. Rogue. 50% of your server will be composed of rogues who rolled their class to be cheap. Do not worry because you can one-shot someone without any kind of skill. Warlock. Stuck in my head. It is just stuck in my head. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da da da. Druid, the travel in the future. When you hit level 30 and you get your travel form, you will never be a rogue always healing and crying about your class.
You will want
Every single weapon in the entire freaking game. You don't need anything but your pets and a min, scatter shot, and then feign death.
me. Think you're
Almighty with your epic staff with arcane power and a Zandalion hero trump. The only problems you'll be ripped to shreds and you will be nerfed by every single glitchy patch. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Rogue. 50% of your server will be composed of rogues who roll their crafts to be cheap. You should not worry because you can one-shot someone without any kind of skill. Priest, you think you're shadow priest, but you'll be forced to be a healbot in your raids. You should prepare to jump off a cliff when suddenly everything is your fault. No, you're the most overpowered class. All you had to do is cast Frost Shock to win. Remember to keep reincarnation up, and it will take down alliance just to take you down. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. So you think you have it skills because you read all there, and none of you found that credit to commercial or to high warlord. You may have epic gear, so you can brag to all your friends you spent too much time playing this stupid time-consuming game. It's because you have to figure only shows that you have no life in it will be useless in the upcoming expansion packs, so I suggest you go outside and run your bike up in a pool or play with kittens so you get away and do productive work as a warrior. You might have incredible strength, and you can probably pwn somebody's face. You should worthless without a priest. You were destined to raid for all your life. Followed in, you strike fear into the hearts of the horde, simply using your hammer and bubble hearth. You think that you are a warrior, but you will always be the guy who never heals. You should be able to kill someone with the 10,000 damage. Shoutable crit. If I were you, I'd join a guild and always read. Never, 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 never leave my house again. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the world of Warcraft that you play. That's the world of Warcraft that you play.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's the world of Warcraft that you play. Two Lance girls go round me outside, round me outside, round me outside. Lance girls go round me outside, round me outside, round me outside. Guess who's back? Back again. Him is back for the win. Guess who's back? 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 Na na nam 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 na na nam 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 nam. I've killed so many monsters and now I don't want to get XP no more. I'm knee deep in the blood river. Got nowhere fed, exited the river. Maybe I should make my tuna quest giver. Come here, take the dagger and go slay a dragon. Come like it, bring me his treasure. Nice working with you. It's my pleasure. I've got the reward, but your rep just got better. This face only seems relating, but another 10 levels is being deflating. A little degrading, I guess I might as well just not go on raiding. Team Kel'Thas or SSC Illidan, the betrayer's too elite for me. Level cap 2 AD, and about to see a Death Knight spree, so go and learn what true evil is and do what your mama forbids and go beat up some kids, but get ready for the hero class that you revel. Need more money and we're about to see a Death Knight spree. This is still the game for me, making machinima Warcraft movies, but this Blizzard really need more money and we're about to see a Death Knight spree. So the super fans acting rebellious. Can you tell us when you listen to kill this? I don't see hopping is a bit overzealous. The other trees start to get jealous. See something scary, someone claiming he's a shaman, kill them, my brainwaves horrible. Someone's like he's a bat, just a bat that I've caused for me to harass. It's a movie catastrophe, but it made 7 more vids for the world to see. I am a shaman! Conjuring movie! Conjuring movie! Double platinum! Reason to ensure that movie's never seen again, but then again, it's better to have the paladin when you kick it at the war speed and just jump and spin what's interesting. Jimmy's movie in the contest thing, or Professor Plum Ring. That's me. I think you'll see. I'm not afraid of level 70 ETC. I mean, because I just can't see another day in Azeroth without me. This is still the game for me, making machinima Warcraft movies, but this Blizzard really need more money, and we're about to see a Death Knight spree. This is still the game for me, making machinima Warcraft movies, but this Blizzard really need more money, and we're about to see a Death Knight spree. Get your head off fit in a basket. Anyone can know, luck us to pass it. Class, I've already classed it. Not gonna pass it. Nothing but little is stranger. And 5 Mighty Morphin Pally Rangers. I think I'd have to exchange or just re-roll for the Wrath of the Lich King. I got a lot of leveling before it's in full swing. Osborne turned his ass into a crystal. Mention seems about everybody's always discussing. Time to confront the new Lich King. And I'll level up my inscribing.
Imagine 30 death knights all fighting up in a Wrathy, using the same
skills offensively.
life training to
Keep themselves well.
Here's a concept that works. They're making billions from the millions of subscribers. Even though we know there's Nagas down in the sea, it looks like North Ren's our next XP. But this is still the game for me, making machinima Warcraft movies. But this wasn't really need more money, and we're about to see a Death Knight spree. But this is still the game for me, making machinima Warcraft movies. But this wasn't really need more money, and we're about to see a Death Knight spree.
I'm sick of all this raiding. We'll screw arena raiding, but nothing to pursue and all these honor kills. Oh shit, the wreck got it. Fuck. Just look at this back real quick. Skills make me hallucinate, and I grind to the own on a human face. So crit. Come on, crit. Come on, crit. Everybody in Warsong just laugh a bit. I want the message. Around and got GG to track him down. Know me, your team is losing now. You better reroll horde or all F4 out. You know what's on? I'm gonna start down when I'm gonna win the Rats responds. Launch having fun. Run, son, you've been outdone. You're gonna get to walk with stun. Doing them, but you thought you won, but you're gonna die when all of a man's like on. Allies acting stupid. These 55 mage in the face with a few edible crits. Maybe I ganked too much. But Grace drop in one touch. Tanks on touch charms and proofs. Charge that you what he released. Rating, but nothing compares to pursuing all these honor kills. But nothing compares to pursuing all these honor kills. We're gonna take them to PGs and we're gonna own them. Fuck it. That was the top your krills with Dragonhawk. That'll be your mouth. With the music to make it eat bean flop. I wanna turn away like I'm in an arcade. Sometimes becoming like a damn. With hope. What is that ganja smoke? Poor babies picking up my cavies. Is that you're crazy? I'm joking. The big ass don't gonna rope. Murder a hero. Burns is murder the hero. Okay, I'm touching me. Sound like me? No. Yeah, I do mean Nemo. Whatever, homie. Honor kills. I got out there. Well, screw arena rating, but nothing compares to pursuing all these honor kills. I'm done with doing dailies and auction house trading. Nothing compares to pursuing all these honor kills. Shit, I killed. On a point so just for thrills, I be critting until I hit admission, money for permission. Slice with perfect precision. I charge admission. In my battleground with options. I come from another dimension. My rhymes they will make you listen. So show attention to. The Lions kids in the fundamentals of PvP.
I'm sick of all this raiding, world school arena raiding, but nothing compares to pursuing all these honor bills. I'm done with doing dailies and auction house trading, but nothing compares to pursuing all these honor bills. 40 cousins level 80.
Baby, yeah, we grind all day. That's why the Alliance hate us and we hate each other. We gonna take them to BGs and we gonna own them. Crit and crit and crit and crit. Nah, fuck it. Achoo! Oxhorn. My name. Iron Song. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. 300 mounts, 5 years of raiding gear. I've got more pets than you or anyone from there to here. Can't compete with me, so don't you even try. Tank 10 dwarves a day and punt gnomes until they fly high. That's frustrating. They followed me for so long. I wasn't even hitting the other ones. That sucks. I found a move, why can't I be like the game? Not the white light of time. And I'm alone, just a guy. Life ain't like the game. I have 5,000 gold and all achievement points. But me, I'm the action king. I get all the rewards. Including Ravenhold and Hijack Sea and Water Lords. I've invested my time, built myself a life. And my bowling skills could earn me a girlfriend or wife. So I'm so confused and find it rather lame. I am all alone, oh why can't life be like the game? It's a 5, 10 an hour fast food. Embrace the malaise. Shut the door and for the rest of my days I feel the white light of time as it flickers by. When I'm unplugged, I'm just a guy. Life ain't like the game. Shake your big tail, dance girl, shake your big tail. Come on, girl, and my appetite. And then shake your big tail, man. We play as fantasy. You know me, your dreams that take it on by battle time. I'm my own arena team. Owning, punting, casting, fearing, camping, corpses, laughing, cheering. Minecrafting by intent. Season drinking the summer, why can't I be like the game? Charge your purples. Ride my ranch.
I lesser than 3 you, my sweet. Save a spot in the raid for me, and I'll place a gem in your sockets.
Day in, day out, growing with social mixes, friendly faces, new achievements, grinding action, hoarding badges, CG action.
Life ain't like the game. Welcome to Oxhorn's Lesson on Music. I'm with the very talented Nathan Allen Bernard, who will be assisting with today's lesson.
Hello, students.
Today we will be covering your typical pop song. First, start by saying your own name in your song as often as you can. Even though your listener is in the process of listening to your song, they may have forgotten your name upon pressing play. Next, be sure to write lyrics that describe how awesome you are. This could take the form of bragging about how much money you have, how many cars you own, how many girlfriends you've had, or how many
You retrieved the ruined shipments? You found the note attached to one of the crates, but it's all written in gibberish. Don't worry, we will figure it out. For now, we need to handle another problem. The goblins of Defias produced harvest golems deep inside their underground hideout. The People's Militia and Sentinel Hill have been trying to find its location lately. Maybe they've discovered its whereabouts. If not, they will probably need your help. Once you're inside, find the workshop and slay the mechanics in their greatest creation. This will stop their manufacturing operations for good. In the meantime, I will reach out to Hewen. If anyone will be able to decipher this note, it's him, or at least one of his contacts.
I need 3 flasks of oil and I can go turn in these quests. %35 chance to drop this item, huh? 35. That should mean that 1 in every 3, up or down, I should get one. I don't think that's true. I wish this was able to keep track of how many of these I've personally killed. on. 2 more. Cool, 1 more. I don't want it to kill 10 more for 1 item, please. Just drop. There we go. Okay, I can go turn all these in. Stay with me. Oh my gosh.
Well done, Desadia. You have quite a knack for combat. Thanks to you, the coast of Westfall is a safer place. Have you laid waste to the menace known as Old Murkai yet? He has been spotted roaming among the coastline of Westfall. Return to me when the foul beast is dead. So the foul heathen Murkai is dead. Well done, Dosaria. By your hands 1 life was laid to rest, but perhaps many more were saved. The great sea, wrought with danger as it is, shall be a wee bit safer this night thanks to your heroics. flame will not burn for long without oil this area. Praise you, brave paladin. The rocks of the wistful coast shall be lit thanks to your hard work. Many lives will be spared so long as the torch is kept lit. I died needlessly on this very shore. My afterlife plight is to see so no others follow my destiny.
Turn these quests in.
When I left the tainted lands of Lordaeron, I returned to a grim state of affairs here in my homeland. But there is hope for Westfall yet. As proven by your valor in battle, it is obvious to me that you serve our cause with honor. It is with great pride that I induct thee into the People's Militia, and the light shine upon you. Done. And with that, I'm gonna stop streaming for the night. I'm gonna go to bed. And I will catch you all probably tomorrow. See you later.